Hi there, welcome to Carcassonne with today with the Copa America. I'm splitting these groups here with Alexi, so if you'd like to see Group A now, hop over to his stream. For Group B, you are right here because I'll cover Colombia, Chile, and maybe parts of USA versus Uruguay. So let's check out starting lineups. Uruguay versus United States. There aren't any previous encounters by the players. And on the right side, there are the current ELO ratings. I'd favor the USA here, especially duels 1 and 4 and 5. I'd expect the USA to win these. The closer match could be the Alchemist versus Mingo, and BDDL 1 should win for Uruguay, but we'll see about that later. The main event of this stream so far will be Colombia Chile. As you can see, they met before, at least some of them have. So Peyton D and Claudio Joaquera would be an interesting one, because if you look over on the ELO ratings, Peyton more or less has to win his duel because there are two significant holes in Colombia's lineup. There's this one and this here, where I definitely favor Vaneria and HT Bry. So more or less the other three games are must wins for Colombia if they wanna have a chance to win their match versus Chile. So considering it's 4 p.m. UTC now, let's check if the games are already running. And some are. Let's hop into Dreamcard versus Adan Las Heras, which should be quite a closer game. So nothing chaos so far. This road at the bottom could become vulnerable, but not with getting a curve right now. So straight, maybe going on the left side for Adan and trying to exert some pressure on Blue City up top. Else, of course, there is a number of options to create problems for Blue's loop road, and you'd rather prevent them taking 6 points in the opening of the road. But this won't work out. So you could even opt to meeple the field, even though it's still at 0 points, but it's an open field so far. Yellow restricting the field at the bottom, opening new city, just hoping to get a city cap to close their extender city. And then the top city by blue gets iffy pretty fast. But now blue, of course, will restrict yellow city and then try to block it. But they go for second city, which I wouldn't have done, because then yellow is able to kill at least one blue meeple as well, even though this would create a larger ruin in the end. Killed meeple is a killed meeple. But now, does Dramcard go over here? Would create a problem because it would more or less connect his two cities and they are vulnerable from the left side. So is it necessary to close your city right now, or do you go over here and then try to close your city and kill this square? Or do you do this exact move, trying to create problems here and then from the left side, as sketched earlier? Ramcard likely just closing the road and thinking about meepling the farm again. But considering this here quite tricky, an early farmer would be very problematic. Yellow closes a city up top, takes a slight lead on the scoreboard, and now do you take this square with the dagger? Because then yellow could of course restrict from two platforms, but you'd have a defense square available. And if you don't do this now, there might be an obstruction incoming from the top. And then even if you'd get the dagger, there would be the other vulnerable square. And you might not be able to defend that one. Else there is of course just taking a new city cap at the bottom, trying to attack yellow's soon to become diamond shaped city. Instead he opts for this move, which is problematic because when you fill the square, there still is the threat of losing the city because of an obstruction to the left side. So this will be a problem. Yellow definitely would use a straight or maybe a curve later on to pre-block this here. And then once blue connects, kill it. But they didn't get the chance, which is very good news for blue. And blue can defend. Now just hoping them to close their city on the right side. Likely meepling the field right now, because yellow already did snatch the one up top. They don't. Interesting decision with 4 meeples in hand. Maybe now extending the loop. That they protect their city, but yellow gets a dream tile for this special situation. Snatching 3 points, also creating an attacking platform on blue's city, and blue's problem is that curve or any sort of crossroad on the right side would restrict this square to the same piece they need on the left side. So effectively rendering the chances of completion of this city to 25% without considering further blocking options by yellow on the right side. So for example, curve here, straight there, and this one would be killed. And a loss of 2 meeples isn't easy to overcome. So blue tries to prevent this exactly, but there are already 3 vanillas gone. So it might still become problematic to close this city, and yellow for sure gonna pressure this more once they get a road piece. Blue now likely putting the cow on the bottom, trying to break yellow's city. No, I don't like this move because this allows yellow to still run away with this. Any Dorito or city cap, they could close this. Blue gets saved over here by the deck, drawing one of the diagonal splitters, and now just hoping to get a dagger to close the city and take the lead on the scoreboard. And the only question in this case is, when is someone gonna meeple this field here, and whether it will be blue or yellow? And I'd say blue should do this rather soon. You'd like to close your city with tempo, and tempo in this case would mean having a field meeple already present and maybe even taking this at least 5-point road, 6-point road, if you can close it. And there are still 3 crossroads left. One word about latency. Due to the rules, this stream is a bit behind the game. I haven't checked, maybe 20 to 30 seconds or so. So if you're watching this live on BGA, you'll know the moves before I can stream them. So this means if you're active in the chat, I'll reply with a delay as well. Yellow getting another monastery, is able to stack them, would like to get the third one, of course. This could create serious problems for blue because yellow is already ahead by 20 points. So blue decides to take the monastery square for 2 points only, because both yellow's monasteries got a point as well, just to prevent yellow from being able to use the square themselves. It's quite the sacrifice. Yellow taking 2 points specifically over here to pre-close the loop road idea. And again, maybe going over here, maybe meepling the field, but blue rather opts to restrict this square, still 2 daggers remaining to close yellow city there. Blue gets a second monastery, but now that 5 monasteries are gone and also quite a lot of curves, there's only 1 curve remaining. An obstruction on the left side would be problematic. Yellow gets the second dagger, but blue finally gets the dagger they needed. But they are still behind and they don't have a meeple on this now huge field. But there are attacking options over here, of course. And if needs must, maybe even over here. And once they close their road up top, of course. But given that all daggers are out, this square is dead, and with it this meeple here. Blue pre-closing their city and using crossroad is pretty nice because curves are tricky right now. And in this case, they have a useful way of building with straights. Yellow gets to restrict blue's monasteries, and the last curve is gone. So blue needs specifically the road monastery over here to liberate their monastery meeples. Yellow, of course, tries to attack this square and kill it, but this on the left side also opens up an attacking option for blue. So if they get out there, maybe a simple vanilla cap, they could then go over here, draw the road monastery, or get another piece on the left side. There are still 2 field Doritos left, so this one would also connect. Just to be able to efficiently build. And then there's this juicy Dorito, which blue might consider to take now by going over here. Creates the problem of an empty city cap on currently yellow's field, and also an likely a restriction incoming by yellow from either side, especially considering that there are no left-handed daggers left. So that's why the ram card thinks quite a long time about this specific move. Else there is this rather iffy protection of this square. And I don't think putting the splitter on the left side of his monastery would be worth it. So yellow now can kill this square if they wanted to. They opt for destruction or blockage route, and blue gets immediately saved by the deck. Now yellow might even go here to kill this attacking option. That they kill this square and attack the field. And now they get a monastery and maybe should just connect, or rather take the 2 points over here and try to liberate their meeple. Because it's only one in hand. Getting a second one is pretty much what you want to do. Ramp cut takes... No, he doesn't take the city. Tries to attack the field because it looks like I'll need the field to win this game. So this connection square for yellow is really problematic because there's only one vanilla left. 4 are in play and all 6 monasteries are clustered over here. So this attack by blue is quite nice because it also restricts this field to a 50-50. And now that he connects, he's even taking the road because there are still a few road ends left. So 1 horse and 1 crossroad, a field crossroad. Which also means that yellow can't even totally block this road on the left. Meanwhile, yellow gets to liberate their city meeple on the bottom. Now has the meeple majority, trying to get a second one to the field. Ramp cut maybe thinking about blocking the monastery here. Let's check the starting tiles. I count all 4 of them, so this would be a total block. Instead, he opts to take 6 points. Begs the question. No, there is no question anymore. Because now yellow has snatched the field. So this one here is all yellows for 12 points right now, maybe 15 if they are able to extend, and they should do this now. This meeple over here isn't really interesting. So the 11 points on the scoreboard plus 15 for the field. Minus 8 points, 11, 17, 20. So yellow is ahead by roughly 10 points. And unless blue... No. Doesn't even help if blue were to get a meeple back right now. They just haven't enough moves left. So liberating any meeple now only gives you another meeple on your last move to score some points, but this won't win you the game. So let's check how the other games are going. Found the dual finder. Looks like there was a lineup change or problem with BDDL1 versus Coney. Check. In the meantime, yellow just scores a few points for ruin. if any one of you has any preference which duel I should cover for the second game, just voice your opinion in the chat, please. So looks like BDDL is online and waiting for Coney. But now Coney is online as well and they have started. So in the end, Adan Lazeras wins 105 to 88 versus Dramcut. No preference so far from anyone. Let's check Satan D versus Claudio Jorquera. So the proclaimed must-win game for Colombia. Proclaimed by me, of course, so whatever that entails. Yay, this looks interesting. I thought this is Group B and the Brazilians are playing Group A, so no Brazilians here, but should become Brazilian field fight. Although the scoreboard lead of yellow allows them, or maybe allows them, to neglect the field completely. These monasteries over here are equal, so yellow has another 8 points. The road and the city at the bottom are more or less equal. So the game is roughly tied. Yellow might opt to unite the fields on the left if they decide not to fight for the field. For example, closing their city and adding another farmer might be a move worth considering, but now that blue has dropped their fourth meeple, their fourth farmer that is, I think a fieldless win might be the way to go. But still, Padan opts to place another farmer, which gets blocked immediately, but it ain't a total block, because there's still one starting tile in the deck. Blue fights for the field, but actually just the 3 points for this farmer plus 6 points for this field over here, and then even liberating their monastery meeple might just be enough for yellow. With 44 points on the scoreboard, even a huge field won't be sufficient to overcome this. But still yellow opts to attack the field again. Just to bind blue's meeples and not allowing blue using juicy tiles like this Dorito, for example, to score points. That's also quite a nice tactic. Yeah, and now it's a Brazilian field fight. Yellow now even has the option to bring their fourth farmer on the field to tie. But even if they don't, let's count the cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 and 11. So if it gets to 11 cities, that would equalize the scoreboard difference. But I'm not even sure there are that many caps left. Pretty sure there aren't that many moves left. So this will be a yellow win, no matter they connect on the right side or not. But still they count, and there should be still one crossroad left. And it's a regular, so a field crossroad. There is no road Dorito left, so the protection of the horse would only work if there's still a dagger left-handed one. And that's not the case. And it wasn't even yellow who had the horse in hand. So blue could now just for style points block this attack. But it's not necessary, really. So let's check the other games. Oh, X Tower or X for Ura lost the first versus Wixam. So that's not good news for Colombia. And Tipe lost to HT Bry as expected. Ramcard Adan Las Eras was witnessed by us. And this one won't even be close. So yellow wins 15 points in the end and takes a match point for Colombia. Still no preference in the chat. Then let's go back to Tramcard and Adan Las Eras. Quick break for me. And I'm back, slightly refreshed. So what are we having here? This looks like it's coming an interest. The main point of contention likely going to be this city over here, because whoever gets their piece first will create huge problems for their opponent. And it's yellow. Now Adan Las Eras has to defend over here indirectly and just hopes to get ideally a road Dorito, close this, and then later on with one of the 3 left cows snatch this huge-ish city for let's just say 18 points. But if yellow were to get the Dorito or one of the daggers or rows, like so, blue would lose a mini battle for 4 points. And that's just not enough to win a game. If you invest a meeple, you want to at least score 6 or 7 points. So Dramcard now maybe thinks about going here, create a platform, either attack or block city. Their preference, of course, would be to just close this and then at any tile with a field side over here, because a dagger there is of no use to blue. So even with a scoring tile, exactly this indirect protection or blocking attempt, whatever you want to call it, is the move to go. Looks like Tinta Purpura and Vineria are taking their sweet time. Just starting the endgame of their first encounter. Meanwhile, on the other match, Kaki has won their duel versus Kuchin 86, as one should have expected. So the USA took a lead of 1-0. Yellow trying to obstruct Blue's monastery instead of adding this piece to their city, which to me only makes sense if they wanna continue over here with Doritos or maybe diagonal splitters only. Because now they just did lose a 6-point city to blue, which was quite unnecessary. When they placed this, there were still 2 daggers of each kind left. Blue gets an extender, just opts to connect here to prevent yellow from using a vertical splitter to close the city on the left side and then kill Blue's city on the right. So now yellow would need a dagger over here, kill the city and still be able to close theirs. They might opt to put a road Dorito there as well, just to prevent Blue from running away with this now 22-point city if it gets closed. With only 1 meeple in hand, yellow opts to block this square just to dump the starting tile. I think that's way too timid considering there are still a lot of city caps out there. Using it at the top, then hopefully closing it rather fast and pressuring Blue's road to need 2 crossroads would have been a nice move. So blue really hasn't a lot of nice options. Opening a city on the left side here ain't the move, because this gets obstructed in some cases and killed. Yellow now rather building up their monastery, hoping to liberate their meeple on the right side and restricting the square next to Blue's road monastery to the last road monastery as well. So creating a sinister hamster in that case. So sinister hamster, and then this configuration would be an evil hamster. And there's the city cap for yellow. So the city idea up top wouldn't have been that one. And now it's the same, more or less the same decision again. Do you just dump the cap over here to prevent blue from taking it, or do you meeple it? And maybe just meeple it. This option would be a bit risky because there's only one dagger left. Yeah, adding it to your city is also a useful idea. But blue immediately attacks and now tries at the bottom to obstruct yellow's city. If blue were to be successful if blue would be successful over here, then yellow would need the dagger and could not kill blue's city anymore. But getting the dagger would be enough because it's the last one. It's a 50-50. In this situation, with both only having one meeple in hand, city caps are quite problematic. This would be a nice tile for yellow, sure, here. But blue, what do you do with this tile right now? There's no way to dispose of it in a safe way. Either you take the empty cap or you risk yellow snatching it. So quite tricky. And because there are still a lot of city plus field tiles out there, even trying to block yellow's monastery isn't that great of an option. There's still one vanilla left. There is the other splitter and 2 field Doritos as well. Yellow takes the safe exit of the situation, killing this square, and right now losing the mini battle 6-10, but their ruin is still open, and the quadruple city, for example, would be quite nice over here. Additionally, They created a 4-point loop road for anyone to take. But this would at least add 1 point to yellow's ruin. So in an ideal world, yellow would get the rotary tool with a shield, and there's still one available. Blue extends their road up top. Would really like to finally get crossroad and maybe one of the rather elusive monasteries. And that's what I've talked about. Blue didn't meeple the city cap and yellow can snatch it. Not that I would have advocated for meepling that city cap. That's the problem here. Blue opting to take 3-1 points on the right side. Maybe even trying to prevent this ruin from expanding any further. So that's a move I like. Yellow uses their last meeple on a monastery, and it's a juicy monastery at that. Now they restrict this square here, while also creating slight problems for their monasteries. But considering there are still all configuration of tiles out there, so curves and still city plus field tiles and 3 monasteries as well. Any restriction by blue only a slight restriction. But using this road to score points and then add the road tile from the right side would be a different beast. That's why blue goes for this move. It's the same spiel again. The city cap, no easy way to dispose it. Maybe thinking of putting it there. Yep, not meepling it, of course, because there's only one cow left. And you aren't guaranteed to liberate your monastery meeple on the right side. Meanwhile, blue takes a city. So later on, someone likely will take this field here. I don't think Dreamcard considers this right now with 22 tiles remaining and their last meeple. They opt to add another point to their monasteries, and blue tries to create the previously sketched obstruction. Now that this game is so tight, GHT that is, just scoring these 4 points might definitely be the move. Because if blue were to take this, could win the game. More or less any move until the game is critical from now on. So this here quite useful because it prevents big city tile from going there. Ramcard now has to take this. There are still 2 regular monasteries left. Else there's this option, but with still 3 straits left, attack by blue to limit this square to the 50-50 would be very likely. So I'd rather go over here than draw a straight myself and later on the monastery for 9 plus 2 points. And that's why yellow decides to go this route. So the game hinging on monasteries for both players. A fact I didn't notice this here is that because yellow got all 3 crossroads blue would have needed over here. So their meeples in the middle are dead. And yellow gets the straight, or at least 1 straight. And whoever will get the monastery might go over here. Even blue might, or at least should, consider this. As this is gonna be a close game, or at least it looks like. More diligently score here. So right now blue has excuse me. So right now blue has 1 point on the scoreboard. They have a 10-point ruin in the middle, another ruin, and 3 points on the left side. 5 points for the dead road, 7 points for their monastery. And yellow has 2 monasteries, ending up to 16 points. A ruin at the bottom of 7, a road and a city. So right now, yellow should be points ahead of blue. So taking this monastery for blue might actually be not the worst move. The main problem is it would liberate 2 meeples. So you might not do this on your next move, but the further we get to the end, the more likely it will become for blue to score the 9 points if they get the first regular monastery. That and this also creates the problem of evil hamster, which isn't evil hamster, it's a sinister hamster. There's still 1 square left, and I think putting the road there wouldn't have been the worst move. And now it's decision time. I started to explain this. If they take this, yellow gets these meeples back, and there is this field on the left side, which is quite problematic. Because if blue gives yellow meeples back, yellow will instantly meeple this here if they get any curvy tile. And then this here would be a losing move. And that's why blue decides just to dump the monastery. This square on the left is dead, because yellow just dumped the last cow. Right now, a mini battle win for 1 point for yellow. The ruin at the bottom could still extend by 1 point. The last rose. Yellow opts to block on the left, so that it's harder to take this field. Blue risks getting blocked, but just takes the 9 points. So their monastery on the left is worth 8 and the other one as well. And now, how many curves are still in the deck? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Still 2 left. So going over here isn't really that useful now. But yellow goes for it anyway. Just to slightly lower blue's chances to liberate their monastery. So many ways to score here, but so few tiles and meeples to do so. Blue adds these 3 points, their ruin up top. And now yellow just needs this monastery. This would result in 11 points for them, a 1 point lead. But there's still the quadruple city out there, so yellow opts to block this just to prevent extension of this ruin. And blue gets the final monastery. Just dumping it doesn't really matter because this square was already dead. And now yellow will just lose. Looks to be 5 points. If I haven't made an error my calculations. Yeah, 5 points. 54-59. What a blocking fest. Meanwhile, the USA have taken a 3-1 lead, even though Zach Bell has lost. So the USA winning their first game. HT Bry 1 versus People. And the decider between X Tower and Wixam nearing its completion. So let's take stock here as well. Blue has a 14-point lead on the scoreboard. There is this a ruin over here? Oh, there's still one road to Rito left. So their part of the city is worth 7 points. Yellow is 1. There looks to be, there's a ruin on the right side for 2 points. A monastery for 6 and the small field at the bottom for 6. Meanwhile, yellow protects their city attack up top, still hoping to draw the last road to Rito. Yellow has a monastery worth 8 points and yellow connects to the city up top. We can remove this. Yellow's ruin in the middle is at 14 points. Blue's road was 4. And the monastery at the bottom is 5 points worth, plus 7 for the road. And there's another 6-point field for blue, but there is a larger field of 12 points for yellow. So this looks like a win for yellow, being 8 points ahead. Let's check if there's still an option to attack over here. Maybe even from the top. So from here. So there's no road monastery left, else you could attack here. And to be successful over here, you need at least one curvy tile. There should still be a regular curve available. Oh, it's in blue's hand, actually. So that's the wrong order of tiles. Yeah, tricky. Maybe a ninja on the left side. Oh, all regular crossroads are gone. That's good news for blue's chances. But looks like there aren't many straights out there. No, all straights are gone and all starting tiles as well. So this here won't work. It is closed on this side as well. So maybe going over here, meepling it and hoping to get field piece, a monastery for example. And there's still one monastery available. Are there vanillas or vertical splitters? Vertical splitters are gone. And vanillas, there is 1, 2, 4. Still one left, but blue connects with the monastery at Now it's 15. Yellow scored 4 points in the meantime, and blue adds these 15 to their score. So if this is all correct, the game is tied right now, and yellow just needs to score anything, but they just lost the game because blue connected to the field, removing 15 points from yellow. So not the likeliest outcome to get both of these. Just a chance of, let me count, somewhere around 10 to 20%. But blue wins this game and takes the second match point for Colombia. And Tinta Purpura and Vineria are the last ones playing in this match. Meanwhile, BDDL1 has won their first game versus Coney, hoping to get a second dual win for Uruguay. Uruguay? Sure. Maybe someone in the chat can help me. How would a local pronounce this, the name of their country? Yeah. Else I have to check Forvo. So, what's up here? There is a field currently worth 12 points, and both already dropped the farmer. Blue's main problem is this city up top, and that attacking from the top side is more or less dangerous because it would create an attacking option against their monastery. And on the right side, it looks like previous blocking attempt, which was thwarted by yellow by getting a field Dorito. Else you'd not meeple this piece. So I would have really liked to see this city here when blue got that. Because if this Dorito and this one weren't there, maybe adding the cow at the top would have been an option. And if this was already present, adding the cow over there would have also been nice. So my best guess is this wasn't the best move on blue's part. But I won't know until I check replay. Let's... Oh, it's right there on the right side. This here wasn't present and blue tried to attack over here. So that's definitely a huge mistake. Just adding it up top, creating more surface area for yellow city to attack with your meeples, or maybe adding a road on the left side to at least kill this would have been the move to go. Now they hope to create a huge city on the right side, but Veneria likely is going to try to kill this immediately. They don't, they just decide to take a meeple back. Can't fault them with 24 points on the scoreboard. Plus 24 points on the scoreboard. There's no splitter left. And this city is Blue's only hope to win the game for Colombia. Excuse me, Colombia. Colombia is in a different country. And of course, Tinta Purpura has to win this game and then the next one for Colombia to upset Chile in this match. Blue closes the city up top and decides to add a farmer, trying to attack over here and preventing an attack by yellow later on. So if blue would get a curve and add meeple the farm on the right side, yellow could attack there immediately. With 3 meeples, now 2 in hand. That's a cautious move, but an okay move at that. There only one fan of Colombia in the chat? No, I count 2. So this begs the question right now, do you try to connect there later? Or do you split the fields now? This one is quite tricky. Else you could try to obstruct yellow's monastery on the right side, left side that is. But there are still 2 starting tiles available, so it would be a rather weak obstruction. With 3 meeples in hand. Yep, yellow goes for the attack. So either they can kill this square and with it blue's monastery meeple, or they can successfully attack. And now it gets interesting because there's this prime spot over here, and if you're really greedy, the one next to blue's monastery, but this creates the problem of a 5-point road ready to be taken by the one who gets the next road end. And there's the 3rd monastery spot, but that one is killed immediately. At least, wow, maybe. So as blue, do you go over here? I wouldn't. I would just wait, because why not let yellow do this and kill this square here? Instead, blue chose different move. Just connecting here, preventing a successful attack by yellow, and then maybe some sort of block or field split there. I can't recommend that move. Don't think this was really necessary then and there. Especially, yeah, but maybe with 20 points behind, you really have to connect all the fields and then try to take them over, for example, on the right side. Blue, of course, hopes to close this city and connects yellow. Still has a few options. Adding a Dorito would work wonders for their winning chances. And there are still 2 Doritos left. As I mentioned earlier, no splitter. So which Doritos are left? 2 road Doritos. So as yellow, you might now opt put the curve here, because with any road Dorito, blue would then safe block. Not safe block, self block over here. And need the dagger in 2 places. And that's why they connect in a rather unorthodox way. Yeah, but this configuration, I don't see the city being closed. But it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say. It's over actually. I missed the 3rd dagger. So this square is dead. And then this was a huge mistake by blue. Because let's consider they would have put the cow this way. Then this move by yellow would really not affect their city that much. So with 30 points more or less difference on the scoreboard, blue now opts to attack the field, just hoping have any chance in this game. And field is worth, I think, 6 cities right now. Yep, 6 cities, so 18 points. Plus their ruin of 13 points. So 31 plus the road up top 36 plus 3, but minus these 11 points. So yellow should be ahead by 11 points right now. And with only 1 meeple to score, I don't see blue coming back here. There are still road ends to close the road at the top. but this doesn't really help them because there aren't that many curvy tiles left. So they might even be forced to use one of the crossroads just to connect to the field, although they really shouldn't. And then there's this 6-point road on this 6-point field on the left side, which yellow could just take. And an empty city cap as well. Yellow gets a road end, but no option to score points. Rather, no option to score quick points. There is also no way to obstruct blue's connection try on the right side. Might opt just to kill the city cap on the left and trying to create problems for blue's road. This would also create a possible attacking option on the field. Even though I don't think yellow needs this one, to threaten it might still be useful. So they just dump the horse at the bottom. Blue gets one of yellow's tiles because yellow would have loved to get this dagger to liberate their road meeple and score a 6-point field. But getting a crossroad for 3 points and a second meeple in hand is also quite nice. So I don't see any way for blue to bend this one here. So this looks like a 3-1 win for Chile, which serves them well as one of the favorites to win this group. Consider the USA to be the other one, at least if they are playing with their best lineup. In the case of BDDL1 versus Coney, it looks like there won't be another games. Maybe one of them wasn't on time and had to forfeit a game. I'd have to check the Copa América chat. But considering this doesn't matter for the match win, just for the tiebreakers, I think not really that. Yeah, and I can confirm that BDDL won their game 2-0 versus Coney. I'm not really sure if an arbiter decided this or what was the reason. But the USA won 3-2-2. So a game little closer than expected. And this year, a win for the Chilean. And now I'm gonna take a dinner break and hope you all back here on this channel in about 35 minutes at 6 p.m. UTC or 1800 UTC, whatever you prefer. See you later. Okay, folks, I'm back for round 2. Just clear the break here. We don't need any calculations right now. So as you can see on the left side, I've added the scores so far. Need to find it. Doesn't really matter. So now it's time to dedicate ourselves to the matchup at hand, which is Argentina versus Mexico. And considering Argentinians have lost to Brazil, they need to win this one, because I'd expect Brazil to win versus Guatemala too. And then if Argentina would lose against Mexico, both Brazil and Mexico would have 2 wins, and Argentina and Guatemala would be out of contention for the semifinal with 0 to 2 wins. So it's up to the Argentinians to fix this situation by dispatching. And we still have a minute to go, so why not? Let's check the elos the players we may be witnessing in a few seconds or minutes. So the match on table 2 should likely go to Webby, although Chan 19 might still have a chance. There are 3 very close encounters on table 3 to 5 and a close one table 1 as well. As usual, if you have any preference, just voice your opinion in the chat. Else, I'm very likely to start with the table 1 is Mati Karizok versus Daniel Ayala 94. They have already started their game, and both have executed 1 move already. So blue is the Argentinian and yellow the Mexican player. Blue has scored points, is the first on the scoreboard. Plastic road. By the way, I don't want to force you into Alexis stream, of course. Can run both concurrently. You can listen to 2 voices at a time. But if you're interested in the games of Group B, that Chile versus Uruguay and USA versus Colombia in round 2, Alexi covers these in his stream right now. For round 3, we'll communicate beforehand because, as I said earlier, there might be a situation where 2 teams in one group could be out of contention. We'd rather like to wait for the results of round 2 before deciding what we'll cover in round 3. So far so good. Both got a few points. And both have cities that might be vulnerable. So especially Blue Swan on the left. I might consider to protect it this way and limit it to the road Dorito, but there are already 2 gone, and a blocking move from yellow from the left side would be incoming. But now yellow just blocks. Still 3 daggers left. Same goes for yellow's square on the right side. Because they couldn't defend with the cow, they now try to kill blue's road, so blue has to put the straight there to just protect people killing. And I'm not sure what's there to deliberate. Maybe just count a few tiles, because in a slow game using the 40 to 45 or something seconds of your increment wisely, definitely a good way of doing business. And yellow gets the first dagger, still has to get one of the 2 remaining starting tiles to close their city. Blue could now opt to add the horse to their city at the top, then try to block yellow city totally, but considering they have this road here, which definitely needs a horse or a rose to close, this is quite nice. They could have also considered taking this city, because there were still 4 vanillas left. And going head to head versus yellow's monastery might have been an okay idea. Now they close their city at the top. Meanwhile, yellow kills this square, and blue's meeple is dead for 4 points. The same goes yellow's meeple, that scores just 1 point more. Due to this road, small city and another small city, blue already has a sizable lead on the scoreboard, and yellow's configuration of 2 small cities on the left side is a bit problematic. Now likely they're gonna add the not extender, the vertical splitter to one of the cities, maybe considering meepling a field, because this will easily get to 9 points. Now blue will of course take this one. And with 4 meeples in hand, they could have even considered meepling this, but as yellow only has 1, there's no need to do this right now. They can just wait. Get, for example, the road Dorito, obstruct yellow city, hoping to kill it, of course. And yellow creates problems for blue on the right side. There's still one splitter left, which blue would really like to draw. Else, of course, getting something over here would work nicely. And now yellow might add this here. Create a rather huge win once blue connect. Direct connection I wouldn't go for, because if blue were able to defend, they'd get a rather nice city. So yellow just protects their monastery. Now your blue, you could opt to take the 4 points here, but liberating your meeple might be the better move. It looks quite cautious, but in the long run, having this meeple in hand, being able to score more points, has likely more upside than trying to close a larger city there. Considering you can take this once you get a better tile with city plus road. Blue tries to create problems for yellow city on the left. Yellow has to extend. Now blue creates an attacking platform, a blocking platform versus yellow's road. So now this pressure from the left and from the top. Yellow doesn't care and just takes another field, which has nice prospect. Still 2 city caps, but once you close this on the right side, blue will attack, of course. Meanwhile, blue takes the city on the right side and gets obstructed by yellow immediately. With 2 left-handed daggers already gone, next curve by yellow would restrict blue's city to 50. Yellow close city and tries to equalize scoreboard. Now the monastery could be used just to block, but more upside be created by really meepling it. Even though this would easily liberate blue's monastery. So yellow rather goes for equal meeple distributions, and once they get their road completed, they would have even had a meeple majority, but blue gets a timely dagger. That's just the best tile by far they could have gotten. And now it's not blue attacking yellow's field, vice versa. Because blue's field now is at 12 points to their just closed city. Considering the 17-point lead on the scoreboard by blue, yellow has to score more and decides to take this city on the left. Of course, hoping beat it over here somehow. The main problem could be this square needs ideally a big city tile, and there are already 5 city tiles on, but they go for another route, hoping to get Doritos immediately thwarted by blue. Both splitters are gone, so this city won't close in the next few moves, likely with only 16 tiles remaining, won't close at all. I'm not sure this farmer was really yellow's intention. This attack was rather far-fetched. But now that this farmer is there, it scores 3 points. And of great use to yellow. And there's city on the left side, hoping evade blue's invasion, maybe connecting to the rotary to up top. There is no attacking option here, because all starting tiles are already gone. Fields are equal. Right now, blue's ahead by roughly points. And with one more meeple to spare, the one likely only chance for yellow would be to score some points, quick tiles, and then attack and win a united 15-point field on the right side. But I guess blue will do their best to prevent his intention. So if you're blue, would just safely score points. They are thinking that long. Why not tabulate the scores? So blues ahead 11 points on the scoreboard, 8-point monastery, 4-point rune, a 9-point field, and a 1-point city piece on the left side. Yellow has a 3-point field, a 6-point field, a 6-point ruin on the left side, a 5-point ruin on the right side, and a 5-point monastery at the bottom. Blue just scored 2 points. Yellow just extended a ruin to 8 points. But blue just connected, so we can just safely remove these two. And now yellow is ahead 15 points. If my scoring table is accurate. And I don't see any way for yellow with one meeple in hand to even come close to winning this game. because you would need take over this field and then this ruin as well is very likely, and that's just a pretty tall order for one meeple. Might say an impossible one. So it'd be interesting. Ask Daniel if this farmer was actually tension. Didn't say anything in the chat. Wise. Because in such a case, don't wanna add psychological weapons to your opponent's arsenal. So yellow just scores another point for their monastery. And blue could really do what they want right now. Just scoring 5 points. Field monastery might be totally okay. Just extending their lead. That they opt to protect the ruin on the left side. Yellow unites the fields, adding 3 points to them. And blue with the next cautious move, blocking the last attacking platform against the ruin on the left side. So let's reload, check how the other tables are doing. So the other game of Guatemala versus Brazil looks like interesting encounter to my surprise, because Lakers is quite strong, and a win by Lakers wouldn't surprise me, but if the others were to take a lead, would be a nice surprise actually. Yellow just takes 2 points and blue now gets a 7-point ruin and over. So if someone has any preference which game might cover next, please just say so, while I'll check if there's another typo or another problem. Because, oh, yeah, seems like Vapula 27 couldn't make it. Anna Rory took their place. Let's fix that. Is already the second player by Mexico. Had to be replaced. So in the end, roughly 15-point win, 16 points it is. Oh, they switched. Was Big Nacho and X-Tybo can't play both versus Manarori. So Big Nacho is playing Wapula 27. So still no preference from chat. Let's quick look at Manarori's game. That's about to end. And it looks like the Mexican will win this one. Because I see no 3 farmers of blue on this large field and only 2 by yellow. So actually could be closer than meets the eye at first. And it's only a 4-point win for yellow. But this is the first game win for Mexico. Let's check out Big Nacho's game. Because there's nothing gained by just waiting around for the scoring animations. So let's assess the situation. Yellow has a 10-point lead on the scoreboard. There is field as well, but it's not really big right now, although there are still 2 cities about to close. And there's still 1 Dorito left to close either one of them. Both splitters are gone. And there still are 2 big tiles. So both cities could be completed. Otherwise, oh, 1 big tile just left the building. So only 1 cow remaining to, for example, close this one. Simple city cap on the right side. If there are still city caps remaining, and there should be, as I only see 2 vanillas, for example, and only 2 roses. Let's take a closer look at scoring situation. Yellow has 10 points on the scoreboard, 4 points for road, 5 points for city up top, 7 points for the monastery, 1 point on their city on the left, and 6 points for a field. Blue scores 2 plus 3 for road, 6 for the monastery, another 3 for the city on the left, and 5 for the city on the right side. So, unless blue gets to close this city, there's no way, or there are only unlikely ways to win this game, I should say. As mentioned, there is still 1 road Dorito. Did I say road Dorito? Is it a road Dorito? Yeah, it's a road Dorito. So there's still 1 road Dorito left. And this is definitely the crucial tile for blue to get. And next, that's exactly why yellow plays this curve over here. Just to prevent any attack on the field. Blue takes a 3-point city up top. Yellow's monastery is now worth 8 points, and they add another 6 points monastery. So even closing this city might not be enough for blue, because Last road Dorito is a shieldless one. So instead of scoring 5, they just add 7 points to their total, which really ain't enough. And I didn't even consider yellow would get 3 points to the closed city on their field. So with the 4 points for the small city by yellow, this is game over. Let's check how the others are doing. And how about taking a quick look at Webby versus Chan? Yeah, server error. As we all are accustomed to. Blue meeples for the Argentinian. And it looks like there's a huge field on the right side belonging to Argentina. And a 12-point field for yellow on the left, which should be enough to win this game. That's exactly right. Pichan 190 to 76. Now, how about some Ale Rosario versus Lichida Killer? Oh, yep. Let's do that. I think then we have covered all 5 games. Hope nobody complains later. Meanwhile, Chini GT has got the 1 match lead for Guatemala versus Brazil. And though Cocked has taken a lead versus El Gabim as well. So it doesn't really look that great for the Brazilians. Quite the unexpected development. But this bodes well for the 3rd round, as we'd like to have meaningful matches. And hopefully suspenseful ones at that. Let's just keep the meta out of this game and take a closer look at what's happening here. So yellow would really like to get one of the left-handed daggers left. Still 2 out there. Nicely stacked monasteries on the left side. Also a rather large city brewing on the left, although who will create some trouble in paradise over here. And these 2 crossroads gun aren't good news for this little road meeple. So with only 1 meeple in hand, the Mexican opts to kill the monastery square for further stacking, just to get meeples back ASAP. Blue closes their city, opens a new one. Yellow just liberates their monastery, leaving an empty city cap there. Because in the worst case, blue would get it. You could then still try to obstruct. blue city, even though there are still 2 starting tiles left. So maybe just being a bit cautious, reducing odds of taking this empty city cap while also creating an attacking platform against yellow's monastery with 5 crossroads already gone and yellow needing a crossroad on the right side already might be a nice option. At least one I'd consider. This here would also create trouble for yellow because they need a road Dorito like this or a dagger even be able to close their city. So let's see which move gets picked by Ale Rosario or if they have something else in mind. And no, I can't condone this one. Yes, this creates an attacking option, but meepling the road? I guess with 5 meeples in hand, it's okay. But I would have rather picked idea here. And now yellow goes more or less all in, creating an evil hamster instead of just scoring 4 points. And considering there is an open city cap, blue just closes their city and attacks yellow's now 9-point field instead of taking one of the city caps. And wow, yellow with the Kurkan move, knowing what they would get on next turn. I think that's what some people mean when they say someone has cojones. So blue blocks the easy taking of the city cap by yellow and also protects their city up top quite nicely. Yellow takes the city cap with their last meeple, but it's a shielded extender, so you have to do this. You have to risk something. Especially considering there's still 1 dagger left and they get it right now. And also your monastery is likely to be liberated. Blue obstructing yellow city, but there are still 2 starting tiles and 1 rose left to immediately close it. Else, of course, there are other options which are more trickier, like the last road Dorito. Yellow gets an ideal tile, scoring 4 points for the city with the splitter, plus 3 for their field. Blue gets to connect to yellow's field and as a nice insurance farmer, that scores 6 points, and if yellow would like to close their city, would score even more, because this little yellow farmer would lose their currently tied 9-point field. Yellow, nope, blue blocks yellow, so yellow is blocked over here, and because the last dagger was used to close the city up top, these two meeples are dead, and the mini battle at the bottom is won by blue, and blue is likely to extend their mini battle as well, maybe by obstructing yellow's monastery as sketched and mentioned earlier. Yellow gets a field Dorito, one of two they could have used if they'd gotten their hands on the quadruple city tile, but that's gone. So the only configuration that works for them is going for the cow and then a vanilla city cap. And look at that. Immediately get the cow. And this was the last one. And there's still a horse out there. So if blue were to get a horse, this city would have been killed instantly. And with any field Dorito as well. So quite the impeccable timing by the Mexican. I won't mind a reminder if I forget to wipe the score. So now that I noticed it's still open, let's score. So blue has 3 points for their city up top, 5 points, 4 points for their city, getting the penultimate vanilla tile. So there is only one vanilla left for yellow to get. Yellow city right now is worth 10 points. So of course there's still hope to close this. Blue has another field for 6 and a road going free. Yellow's field up top scores 9 points right now. Their one road meeple scores 1 point and the other one scores 7. And there's the scoreboard lead of yellow, which actually leads to a sizable total score of plus 29. So they don't even need to close their city. Blue needs this city and the field ASAP. Their problem is there's no dagger to save them if yellow were to obstruct from the top. Maybe road Dorito or last cow. who scores another 3 points. And yellow gets the vanilla, and this is game over. So let's check other games. Rory has won their second game. So Mexico is ahead by 1-0 duels right now. This could be the last move of Daniel Ayala and Ati Karizok. And there's already a rather desperate farmer by yellow over there, but 23 scoreboard lead. To me, this looks like yellow should win this one, but it's quite close because there is this field featuring 7 cities for blue. As long as we still have a bit of time, let's try to figuratively outscore them. So blues on the left is worth 7, and the ruins by yellow are worth and I think I've got all features. No, I missed yellow's road. So it's quite close. More or less as close as it can get. And both with still one meeple in hand. But this is blue's penultimate move. So is there anything they could do to score more than 3 points? There is this road over here. Is there still a road end left? No crossroads, no horses, so no danger there. Could they still connect this farmer to their field? They need a Dorito, a vanilla, or splitter. Splitters are gone, but I only count 5 Doritos. And how about vanillas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this square is dead. And there is still a road Dorito left. No, there is no road Dorito left actually. So there must be a big tile left. Because else this move by blue wouldn't make sense. But all big tiles are gone. So that's just a plain old dump. Yellow taking 4 points, and now ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Blue loses this one by points, if I scored correctly. Yep, 94 to 92 for the Argentinian. Equalize the match score. The next one close to end game is Ale Rosario. And 36. Oh, that's the game we witnessed earlier. It's not interesting. Let's check Webby versus Pichan. So they still have a few tiles left. Let's assess the points. So up top there's a 4-point ruin of blue. Their monastery with 8 points is dead. And there's a ruin next to the monastery with 8 points. Well, yellow has 1 point, the ruin, and a 7-point monastery. A city up top for 6 points might still be losable. And 5 points on the left side, where blue has 2 points. 7 points for the city on the left side, low. And the field at the bottom, oh, this one here, right now is a yellow field for 15 points, and blue has 1 farmer on the left for 3 points, in addition to 19 points scoreboard lead. So blue's ahead by 8 points. And if they would successfully attack on the left, I don't see any way for yellow to win. And if they don't, yellow likely would have needed the road monastery. Blue just adds 3 points to their score. And just adding 1 point to yellows doesn't really change anything. So unless I missed something, this looks like Ale Rosario will win the second duel for Argentina. Did I say Ale Rosario? I mixed up something here. So it looks like Webby will equalize versus Pichan. Webby even connects on the left side. So these two need a decider. Ale Rosario and Lichida Killer as well. Let's take a look at Big Nacho's game versus Vapula. Oh, the Argentinian with blue meeples and 2 nice monasteries. And yellow has a monastery of their own, but locked monastery was all left-handed daggers are already gone. So with this field right now under blue's control, although yellow is trying to attack, blue should be ahead and sizably at that. So yellow attacks city up top. course hoping to get a Dorito and a big city tile to close this one for something of maybe 20 points or so. And there are still 6 big tiles left and 4 Doritos, but 1 diagonal splitter as well. So with 3 meeples in hand, will blue go on the right side and try to attack themselves or thwart yellow's attack? Maybe over here might be an option. But I guess yeah, that also works, but this will be a ruin. I don't think blue will be able to complete this. But a juicy road monastery for them. Going over here, then closing the other one, adding 3 points for road en passant. All nice and dandy. And with their clock under 2 minutes, I'm not sure why they even thought so long about this. If yellow is successful on the top right, blue might need their time later on for other more stressful decisions. For example, now you really go for the city and you'd have to pick one of 2 moves maybe, or do you just close it here and meeple city cap? This way yellow might just connect now. With tempo scoring 4 points. Yellow gets a curvy tile to liberate their monastery on the left, scoring aforementioned 3 points for a road, while also still having chances to liberate the monastery, the road monastery as well. And yellow gets the ideal pieces on the right side, big city tile and the Dorito, both with a shield, for 20 points. And now it's a pretty close game. Blue has 14 points in monasteries and a 6-point city at the bottom, 20. And yellow has 8-point monastery, will score 6 points for this road here, deliberating whether to meeple city cap right now, and maybe they should have thought about this before doing this move, but they still have time on their clock. So plus the 4 points on the scoreboard, yellow is behind by 2 or 1 point if they decide to meeple this cap. And the main problem is that blue could restrict this from the left side. And it looks like many city plus road tiles are already gone. The 3 daggers we mentioned earlier and the roses and starting tiles as well, but yellow didn't even think about meepling that one. I just missed that there's a 6-point field on the left side. So both adding 6-point fields to their score, but yellows has the upside being an attack on the main field as well. And it looks like many curves are gone. So this here actually would be a 50-50 block. There's only one curve left after this one. So why not go for it? Unless there are even fewer straights, but there should still be 2 straights left. So instead, yellow opts for the aggressive route, not trying to prevent the unification up top, but attacking themselves and then hoping to get anything with a city piece here to kill this. Yeah. Because the left-handed daggers, the right-handed daggers are already gone. So now blue could even go over here and attack from both sides, hoping to get multiple straightish tiles. But that option is tricky. There are only 2 straights left. All regular crossroads are gone and the starting tiles are gone as well. So connecting with both farmers would just be 25% shot. I could opt to block this here. Of course, that's just taking 4 points. And this actually might be the move, because this would create 2 attacking options, although the right one is quite iffy. Else there is an attack at the bottom, but as this would leave city behind, and wow, they go for the double attack. I hope they thought this through. Let's try to assess if this was really necessary. So blue has 2 monasteries of 7 points and a 6-point city at the bottom. The main field is tight right now. Blue city on the right side scores 6 points. Yellow has a 6-point field and an 8-point monastery and another 6-point field plus a scoreboard lead of 10 points. So they are ahead by 4 points right now. Therefore, this one here with a meeple minority is quite the gutsy move. But blue gets at least one of the straights. But yellow can counter with a monastery. And blue gets the second straight immediately. Wow, 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 wow. Nice content here. So blue loses the 6-point field on the right side, but now is in sole possession of the 21-point main field. Yellow also lost their 6-point field on the right side. So they now have two monasteries for 8 and 7 points, and a 6-point field on the left, a 3-point city, and still their 10-point scoreboard lead. Blue, of course, has the 21-point field in the middle, the 6-point city on the right side, and two 7-point monasteries. So the tentative scoreboard on the right side should be correct, and it sees blue 7 points ahead. So first of all, equalizing this here would add 3 points to yellow, but getting another farmer on the field would win them the game. So maybe option to go here, which could be thwarted by blue right now. Else blue could just score points, but securing the field should be their prime motivation right now. Let's try to figure out what's still left. Monasteries are gone, starting tiles, roses are gone, both daggers are gone, the horses are gone. There are still 3 cows out there, holy moly. And yellow gets one, and that's terrible news for them actually. Although, yeah, they could opt to attack here now. But the straights are gone, the starting tiles are gone, the daggers are gone. And I think I've counted there should still be 1 curve left if I remember correctly. So they would need this here. But with 2 cows still remaining and maybe other city pieces. Yeah, there's 1 extender, so that's at least 3 tiles to block this. And that's why they opt just to take the 3 points. But considering they need to score even more, they could have also taken the nuclear option of uniting these 2 ruins and then hoping to successfully attack the ruin for the win. But it looks like this wouldn't even have been possible because because blue would have attacked, or if they would have gotten the curve, thwarted the attack. So are there still chances for yellow? Yep, there is this option on the right side, but this gets immediately blocked. And there is no Dorito or splitter available. And the vanillas are already gone as well, so this one is dead, and the 3 points for yellow aren't enough to win this game. So Big Nacho will take this one, scoring likely the 6 points up top with their last meeple. Could be point win in 8-point win, or Argentina's 2 versus 1 lead. Check games. Brazilians win 3-2 versus Guatemala. Pretty close match. Featured 4-2 once. Let's check how Webby and Peach are decider. Was a pretty juicy blue city on the left side. Still hoping to get the last diagonal splitter and the last vanilla city cap. And there is a field in the middle of 12 points right now, but under attack by blue. There's still one dagger left over here. No road monastery for yellow to take this square. But still curves left to liberate meeples if B. 2 curves only though. And blue really would like to get a curve. Snatched is 7-point road while connecting to yellow's field. This would put them in the lead. There's also still one cow not a cow, a horse remaining. But yellow gets the horse. Now there are many nice options. It's just taking 1 point over here. Totally blocking monastery cluster and preventing any problems with this extender. Because this could still be used with 2 daggers from the left and the right side. This move on the right side is also quite nice, just trying to prevent loose connection here. So if you are blue, do you protect or do you score the 4 points? Well, this depends on the total score, of course. So let's assess this. As usual, 6 points for the city by blue on the right side, 1 8 and 1 6-point monastery, 3 points on the left side for their city and 3 points for the field meeple on the right side, and the big city on the left, 11 points. Oh, yellow has 2 points up top for their Dorito, 8 points for the one monastery, a point road, another Dorito, and the bottom left for 2, and another monastery for 8 points, plus a 12-point field and 60-point scoreboard lead. Oh, In this case, it's quite simple. Blue needs this connection. This would net them 16 points exactly. But the problem is yellow got one of the two cards left. So there's now only one available. If they don't get this one, I don't see any chance for blue to win this. So yellow just safely score 4 points. Pick your field. Blue gets the dagger to connect, but yellow gets the dagger to take this 8-point road. Remove irrespecting fields from the equation. And now, if the road monastery is gone, so should just take the 8 points. Then they don't even need to worry about further attacks of the field. So I don't see much hope for blue. Even if they were to get 2 city caps, I haven't counted if 2 are still out there. Looks that way. The 8 points and then a successful attack, that would be 23. Yeah, this might work, but not with only too few moves remaining. So with 5 tiles plus the one in hand of Ichan only has 3 moves remaining. So this means they could score 4 points plus the 15, which is 19. So Webby would just need to score 3 points on their last 4 moves. Not really big problem. Think, oh, I missed this curve here. Just forgot about it, damn it. So now there's actually hope for blue. Just don't for chicken before they are hatched. So how about over here? Or maybe over here. So as yellow go protect here. There. L depends what's left. So what's left? There is still one big city tile. How? Blue adds more points to their scoreboard. There's the cow. So if it's necessary, a block on the right side might be in order, but blue would rather connect on the left side. And add a more or less drunken farmer, but why not? Game is won. Check if last game. So this actually is the last game. And it's a 4-1 win. Indians. So, after losing to Brazil, they beat Mexico and decisively at that. In the overall standings, Brazil's ahead with wins, followed by Argentina and Mexico with 1 win. In this case, Mexico versus Brazil will be quite the interesting high stakes match, because Mexico needs to win. And Brazil as well. Argentina, in the meantime, will do their best to dispose of Guatemala and then maybe even win the group, depending on the outcome of the match. And in Group B, Chile just annihilated Uruguay, losing only 1 game. And Colombia beat the USA. So this means Chile more or less, likely more than less, so Chile should be in the semifinals. Unless they'd lose 0-5 minutes. I'll have to calculate that. So why not check Copa America side? They have already entered results. Doesn't look like it. Well, then let's do that ourselves. So, what are we having? There's Group A with Brazil. Why not do this the right way? Please give me 2 minutes. I'll try to rig a table up to diligently enter the results. So now we are having away. Take the scores here. So there's Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Guatemala. Brazil has 2 wins. Argentina and Mexico both have 1. Guatemala looks to be out of contention. Brazil has 3 to 2 wins, so 6 to 4 match wins. Works, and Argentina has 6 to 4. Well, and Mexico 5 to, and Guatemala is at 3 to 7. They are most likely out. This means the last game of Brazil versus Argentina, the winner is going to get to the semifinal, and even if, let's check, so if Brazil would lose 2 to 3, this would be the closest they could lose. So they would, let's add this. So Brazil could get to wins and 8 to 7 dual wins. So if Mexico were to win 3-2, this would also result in 8 to 7 wins, and I think the tiebreak should be the direct matchup, and in this case, because Mexico would have won versus Brazil, Mexico would qualify for the semifinals. So basically, unless Argentina were to lose versus Guatemala, which I guess nobody would expect, Mexico just needs to win versus Brazil to snatch ticket to the semifinals, and the same vice versa goes for Brazil. They need to dispatch the Mexicans. So this is likely one game which will be covered by, I think, Alexi. I'll just have to ask him, but considering his Brazilian ties, he might be jumping at the bit to cover this one. So let's assess the situation in Group B. There we have the Chileans taking 2 wins versus Colombia and Uruguay, 8 to dual wins. And then there are the USA. They have 1 win, lost to Colombia, but won against Uruguay. And there's Colombia, lost Chile 2 to 3, but 1 to 3 against Chile, and they face Uruguay, who lost 0 to 5 versus Chile and 2 to 3 versus A. So actually, Uruguay still has a chance. They just need to win big versus Colombia. A 4-1 would work, a 5-0 as well. 4-1 would lead to 6-8, and they'd beat Colombians on tiebreakers this way. 3-2 win wouldn't help Uruguay, and even if they win versus Colombia, they would need the support of the Chileans. They need to beat the USA, and 4-1 at least, because then the USA won 6 out of 15 duels, and that tiebreaker would be worse than the one Uruguay. And there must be a mistake somewhere, because these results, what, 2-7, 8, there should then 6-9, 5-6-9 as well. So wouldn't that be nice? 3 teams with 1 match win and 6-9 dual wins each. I don't think this is realistic, because I would expect Colombia to win versus Uruguay, but we'll see about that. So in Group B, there are still all teams in contention. In Group A, Guatemala could, of course, still win versus Argentina, and then hope for Mexico to lose versus Brazil, but I can't have them Argentina losing versus Guatemala. So we'll see about that. I'll just take a quick break, and I'll be back at 5 minutes before the next round starts. So in roughly 20 minutes. See you later. Hi there, I'm back, and Lexi is covering Group A, likely the game of Brazil versus Mexico, and so I'll cover the game of Group B, games that is. Most likely we'll watch Chile versus the USA. Actually, the game where it's most likely that both of them could still get the semifinals. The USA would need to win rather big because I'd expect Colombia to win versus Uruguay, and then the USA would need a better tiebreaker than the Colombians. And just winning 4-1 or 5-0 versus Chile would actually be quite good for them. And a close win like 3-2 likely won't help them because they lost to Colombia and might then lose out on tiebreakers. So let's remove the standings for now. Maybe I move them to the right side. Second. Didn't work. Oh, there we go. Let's have a look at the games now. So there's Colombia versus Uruguay, of course, and I would expect Colombians to win this one, but taking into account the elo differences and seeing that there's only 1 of 10 players having an elo rating of more than 600, this more or less is quite an open game for anyone to take. I won't bore you with predictions. And then there is USA versus Chile, which I'll cover. And there I have to favor the Chileans. They are quite a strong team. They have more higher rated players. So those rather experienced ones here, Elborn, Tito Arce, Vineria, Claudio Rachgerga, H.T. Bry, they are all quite strong. So anything but a Chilean win would surprise me. But still, it's Carcassonne. And let's hope the USA put all they have into this match and try their best to win, and then hope for Uruguay to do the same versus Colombia. This would be maybe the best chance for the USA. So I'll just add them their flag. Looks a bit nicer. They started already. Let's hop into the game. Why not cover Mingo? Let's see how she's doing against HT Bry. And her start was quite okay. Actually, oh, yeah. So Mingo got the curve, the first move. HT Bry then got the straight. Mingo scored 4 points for the city. And then HT Bry starting tile, just opening new city, and Mingo now going for the diamond. The Chilean with the first monastery, restricting yellow's road, and another shield Dorito, this time a shielded one, American. HT Brime might now contemplate attack Mingo, but with the splitter, just take points. No, I don't like that one. Take the points, just score more, even if Mingo were to close this. The shielded Dorito would only lead to 12 points, and this way you've lost 8. Now Mingo could actually go here and meeple the monastery. Yes, there's this vulnerable square here, but there are still 2 left. And it would indirectly protect the city, of course. So now blue would need one of the 2 remaining starting tiles to kill yellow city, while yellow still has 3 tiles to close the city without blue, but now blue likely is going to put the cow over here, even though it has the risk of someone, and yellow is the first one who could do so, attacking the city and taking it over. But yellow just got a rose, attacks blue's city up top. No, that was Mingo's last move. And now she decides to close this just to be cautious, because else blue would have attacked over here. At least with the tile they had in hand. Oh, quite tricky for Mingo. Might even opt to just close this and meeple the field. The attacking option, yeah, it's okay. And this here she didn't pick because she has the majority right now, as long as blue's monasteries aren't liberated. And giving blue another meeple back wouldn't be in her best interest. Now just taking the city might be okay, because you could create some problems for blue here. Might even later on close your city, not your city, your road, and block blue's meeple here. need to score points. You need to counter Blue's monastery somehow. Instead, she opts to open a city at the bottom, which is a bit iffy. One dagger is gone. So an obstruction from the top is quite likely, considering there are way more city tiles gone than road tiles. So the same concept which applied to the cow over here applies to the Rito on the right side. Even though this time yellow would gain 1 point, giving a meeple to blue is not the move to take yellow. Now block by blue might be necessary. Then trying either create an attack at the bottom or totally block where at the top of yellow's city. Let's check all other tools are running or still some place. Looks like Argentina, Guatemala. There are still some again some changes out. So IB90 is playing versus Solutions. And Lycos is playing versus Webby. I'll update this in a minute. Just look what's happening here. This quadruple crossroad is nice for Mingo, because now this option to block blue's meeple, so blue likely will prevent this. I'll also maybe meepling this cap. Blue's problem now is that they have taken this city up top, and using their last meeple on this city cap the right would be problematic. Leaving this empty though for yellow to take would be even worse. So if you can't really defend, then go on the hunt. Try to create a blocking option versus your opponent's feature and hope to solve your problem later on. But this delay doesn't really help blue. They scored 4 points, but now this one might just get blocked. Now, do you go for the city, Mingo? Yes, he takes the risky route. So let's just change games. now all games are okay. Anna Rory already won their first game versus Vinilesa. Bodes well for Mexico. Blue, still with only one meeple in hand, tries to create problems over here. For the case yellow would get a Dorito. This they could add another Dorito to limit this to the quadruple city. Maybe attack themselves or try to block it. They take 4 points, and just before their move, yellow got the dagger and a 12-point field on top of their 12-point city. Quite the perfect tile. And now this curve definitely okay. It might even be better than the other way, because it is better because all starting tiles are gone, and any block from the top would only limit, in quotation marks, to a regular crossroad, and there are still 4 crossroads available. Whereas if you'd put it the other way around, a limitation by blue would be more likely and could be more harmful, because the 3 roses are nice precision here. Meanwhile, HT Bry added 1 point to their monastery, also complicating liberation of yellow's other road meeple. Although road monastery would fit quite well there. So with the road and the city at the bottom, total of 8 points, Bingo opens nice scoreboard lead of 16 points. Complex V and H has won their first game versus Sergas, giving Rico the next lead. And Tatum D won a game, help Colombia. Man, I'm sorry, Colombia. So at plus 20 right now, because Miko could also close another city. There's this field on the right side. We have 9 points right now, but would rather snatch this the useless tile, or mostly useless tile, like a straight road. So HT Bright just opts for 3 points, hoping to get the next curve for another 4 points. Mingo liberates A city meeple goes for the attack, which I actually don't like, because the upside of getting one of the 2 remaining cows ain't that great. So maybe just using this cap to score another 4 points sometime down the road would be the better move. Right now, he hasn't any meeple problems, but this might change later. For example, if she needs to attack Blue City up top, she'd only have 1 meeple in hand, and then it's tricky to maneuver some situations. For example, this one here. HT Bry now has quick scoring options on the right side, but the monastery, why not meeple this, man? It's 5 points now. It might be worth more later. Yeah, getting over here to liberate the top monastery would add another attacking option, but we're already 2 available, so why not go for it? Now they liberate bottom monastery, and yellow gets the cow timely, so meepling the field. Of course, hoping to expand this to at least 9 points. Still an option. Connect over here and knight those fields. Mingo has no incentive to do so, of course. Do desperately need to score more points. Might be a way to counter yellow's scoreboard lead. So maybe going over here, attacking this field, then later on over here. At least option good now. Takes the 9-point field. Right now outscoring yellow's farmer on the right side. Bingo, a nice multi-purpose move on the left side. Meepling a small field, but this is more an insurance than anything else. And it prevents this road from being killed completely. Now she's likely hoping to either get the road monastery or last crossroad and a curve to liberate her road meeple, and with tempo connect these 2 fields. Blue still hopes to close up here, and now Bingo has to attack. The only question is whether left or on the right side. There's no splitter remaining, so both would put a big dent in Blue's hopes. The one on the right side would have the added benefit of creating a second obstruction platform against Blue's city up top. And it would also be easier to connect because there are still Doritos available. And on the left side, only big city tiles could be used, considering there are only 3 big city tiles left. This then could be blocked from the left to the quadruple city, would be a total block, or restricted, for example, to the last cow. So this one is the better move. Blue gets liberate another city meeple and starts a new up top. Bingo now might just connect or go the safe route by just extending her part of the city. This is the move that scores more points, but the other option would be safer. Would only leave her at -3 in this encounter. Now this gives a chance to Blue attack city on either side and then close it to take over Mingo on the scoreboard. Blue with a straight instead takes this 9-point field, hoping to close their city or liberate their monastery meeple soonish, or more or less immediately, to still have a chance to attack the city. So Mingo now could go over here. As I said, there are still 3 big city tiles out there and not that many tiles left. But again, she takes just a safe move. At this here. And try to assess the score. So Blue has... Oh, that's sad for Blue. Just before they could get a meeple back by closing the city up top, Mingo gets a cow, break their city. Now they at least have to wait for the next move. Now the question is whether this here would be a total block. I think there should still be a vanilla cap out there. I count only 4, so there's still a vanilla cap out there. Limitation might not be worth your move. The field Doritos and diagonal splitters are gone. So if yellow were to go over here, there'd only be one piece for the square. That she just adds this a city cap on the field, hoping to score 6 points plus the 3 for the field. But blue prevents this, and Mingo now gets to take the last vanilla. So is there still a Dorito left? There's still one Dorito. So going over here wouldn't kill this. But how about putting the cap to the right side? It's last vanilla. Vertical splitters, diagonal splitters are gone. And the daggers are also gone. The extenders as well, and the cows and Doritos as well. So going over here would kill this square. If she's precise, she would use that move. This way more or less works out the same, because it looks to me like blue is behind and should have closed the city just to get a meeple back, because losing this turn with only a few moves to go might lose them the game. So what about HT Brine now? Is there still a chance to win this? Mingo is ahead, 18 points on the scoreboard. And has a field worth 15 points versus blue's field of 9 points. Blue has other features, namely the 2 roads of 7 points plus 2 at the top. So yellow's ahead by 15 points. Now 17. So this game is definitely win. Check other games. Hellborn has won a close game versus Daimar Hunton, and Claudio Jorquera has won their first game as well to give Chile a provisional lead. In the meantime, the match of Colombia versus Uruguay looks to be a close one. 2 matches already at 1 game each, and the other games weren't lopsided affairs as well. If someone has any preference, as usual, just say so, else I'll decide. And I think let's take a look at Tito Ace. Check if he gets to force a decider. Ooh. So has a ruin in the middle for 6 points and this dead monastery for 8. But still some hope to get the second road monastery. Would score him 9 points. These parts over here are quite interesting because there are still road Doritos left to connect yellow's ruin with the shared part on the left side. Actually, there are still 3 road Doritos left with 11 times to go. So it's rather likely yellow will take over here. In addition to this field, well, yeah, thanks Otto. Reminds me to drink a sip of tea. So let's got this. I'll remove the standings for now because way. So yellow has the 6-point field on the right side. Blue has monasteries worth 8 and 7 points, 2-point ruin up top, a 6-point ruin in the middle, and a newly meepled 6-point field on the left side. Yellow has a 2-point road, 3-point ruin next to Blue's monastery, as well as a 9-point road at the bottom, plus 7-point ruin up top. Takes 4 points. The scoreboard is not taken into account right now, and blue gets another 7-point monastery plus their scoreboard lead of 7 points. So now yellow gets to connect up top for another 7 points, but is still at -9 with 1 meeple in hand and 3 moves to go. So how do you score 9 points while also dodging Blue's monastery liberation over here? Because if Blue were to get their meeple back, they are quite likely to win this one. Actually, that one here doesn't score 14 points, just 13. Because this here only scores 1 point. Blue just kills the city cap, adds 2 points to the ruin up top. Yellow takes a 6-point field on the left. But that's it to us game. 5 points. Let's see. Yeah, 5 points. 88, 83. And they'll need a decider. Let's have a look at Daimler Hunton versus Telborn. Oi, oi, oi. What an ugly ruin over here. And what an ugly scoreboard. Ouch. 0 to 53. So, is there any chance still win this one for yellow? I think this would be lost. There are 1, 2, I think 4. So there's still a road Dorito left. But even then, this main field is a blue field. And this game is a lost cause. So let's switch to Claudio Jorquera. Not sure if this is a Justin or a Justine from the USA. Somebody knows, let me know in the chat, please. Maybe they have indicated on their profile page. I am question mark. That he doesn't help me. So what's status over here? Equal monasteries on the left side, still one monastery each left in the deck. A blocked city. No, that's not a city. White pieces. Roads. A blocked road on the left side. But there's still one starting tile left to continue and maybe liberate it. And then there's the big elephant in the room. This huge ruin, likely ruin, no, definitely ruin. Where's that? But there are still big tiles out there. No, not plural, just singular. There's one big tile over here to connect over there. And that's the last horse. But as this looks to me, yellow doesn't even need to connect there. There are 9-point field at the top. Nicely equalizes blue's meeples on the left. Then there's still their 13-point scoreboard lead. So is there any miraculous save for blue? Well, this field is closed. There's no attacking option available. There is no dagger for this here to create another 6-point field, and now it's game over. Because yellow just got the last horse, snatched this, I don't know, 22, 23-point ruin. And even this 6-point field won't really help blue. So this then will be the second duel win for Chile. So in that case, this is the sure semi-final for Chile, no matter how the other 3 games will turn out. In the meantime, Carcassonne has won their game versus Jamacito and took a 1-0 lead for Colombia. Sorry, dear Colombians, it's quite hard for me to pronounce your country name. It's Colombia. And 2 games need a decider. So let's switch for a minute to Tatandi versus Berna Uruguay. Because if the team from Uruguay wants to win their match and still have a chance to reach the semifinals, Berna now has to win the game here and doesn't look 22 points for yellow on the scoreboard and a tied ruin, more or less equal monasteries and some other ruins, larger one up top, and unless there's still a splitter, and no, they've run out of tiles anyway. So that's the second match win for Colombia. With 18 points in the end. Let's go to DKL versus Ineria. Two players I haven't featured this round at least, because I think I had game of Ineria in the first round. And this looks to be a close one, although this config over here could blow the game open. But yellow just matched this 9-point field. So even if blue were to get one of the starting tiles, I should say if blue would be able to get, this would be nicely compensated by adding another city to yellow's field. I'm noticing my voice is getting a bit raspy. I have to take some precautions. Excuse me for a moment. Yellow just took 2 points and blue now has to score a nice 10-point city. This opens up their road, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Instead of scoring 2 points on the right side, yellow could have also used this square, going for a bit more volatility. But they decide to not do this. So we'll see if that was actually the right choice. Would have been quite a tricky decision for blue whether to take this road and leave a city cap empty for yellow to take. Now maybe going the right side, trying then to block yellow city might be. Even though there are still 2 right-hand daggers left, while all left-handed daggers are gone. Blue instead just opts open a new field and then drawing these 2 cities if yellow would close theirs. Preferably, of course, only drawing 1 city and hitting yellows. Now the same concept I sketched earlier applies here. Do you go for it or don't you? You could even create a sinister hamster here. That's more or less no, not this way. If you want to take the road, do it somehow differently. Either go here and take this so no one can attack your road, or maybe use this one. Would be problematic because a crossroad by blue would stop your road and give blue a 6-point road to take with straight. But this way need, of course, a straight, maybe the road monastery, but it's more likely straight would be the tile you need, and then a crossroad. But blue saves yellow's road meeple because they get to score 7 points. For now, that is 8 points minus the 1 for yellow's road equals 7. Yellow obstructed blue's road at the bottom, just preventing them from closing it rather easily. Still house left. Would have been nice over here because they'd also limit the field, at least here, although it's open at the bottom, so doesn't really matter. Blue gets to take a city on the right side, limiting yellow's city at least a bit, although there are still 3 vanilla caps and 1 vertical splitter out there, as well as 2 extenders. Yellow, of course, would prefer to take this 9-point field upon closing their city. Right now, they just take the 6 points for this road. And this is another reason why I didn't like this road on the left side. But it worked out for them. So let's not on about it. Blue takes an empty city cap, putting pressure on this tiny city, which is likely to be killed. And now yellow's only move is to go over here. I don't think they'd consider this here up top, even if you would be able to limit, or rather kill blue's road meeple, preventing this here from being closed immediately. Just now this here, hoping then to get either the last vertical splitter or the last extender. As I said earlier, the splitter would be preferable because it would also create a 12-point field. So now this actually is quite likely to close, because even blue has an incentive to put the splitter there. Yes, yellow would gain a meeple back and 3 points, but blue would get these 3 points for their field up top and a 12-point field, which, depending on the time when this could happen, might be not as accessible as it is right now. So blue just decides to take it now, prevent yellow from taking it later, and that's a pretty nice insurance. Now yellow, yes, of course. It's late and it's a long stream. Now yellow just has to get the extender. So it ain't looking good for Uruguay, and same one can say about the United States. So it's quite likely that the Colombians will snatch the second semifinal spot of Group B. Meanwhile, yellow decided to score 4 points, restricting their own city to the starting tile, but there are still 2 left. Blue adds another city cap to their field, and yellow attacks city at the bottom. Unless blue gets the vertical splitter, this still is a close game. Would blow the game open because this piece would score so many points for blue. 4 points for this city and 9 extra points for their field. And 3 points for yellow would be offset by gaining another city for their top field. So yellow just scores wherever they can score in the 3 points minus the 1 for Blues Monastery that liberate Monastery, and now I don't see any way for yellow to come back here. Although, yeah, it's the same. It's not over until the fat lady sings, so attacking over here, ninja attacking over there. There are still options. Let's actually take a closer look at our. So blue has a 9-point road at the bottom left, a 6-point road on the right side, and 12-point fields plus city worth 7 points right now. Yellow cities aren't worth much. Their field isn't really that great. The scoreboard lead of blue. Wow, this speaks volumes. So this move here, and of course getting the splitter more or less decided game in favor of the Chileans. And if we take the standing into consideration, the Colombians could now even lose to Uruguay, but they'd be ahead of the USA. And yellow just dumps a curve. Instead of at least trying to take a nuclear option. I can draw this better. So going over here, ninja farming and snatching this 4-point road. Later maybe attacking at the top side. Take over this 15-point field. Instead, it looks like they are just rolling over. That's definitely not the way to win a game of Carcassonne if you are behind by 20 plus points. Blue with a cautious city attack at the bottom just to prevent yellow from doing this and taking the city over. There are still two. No, I'm counted. Only one Dorito left. No splitter, but quite a sizable number of big tiles, so this could actually be closed. Example with 2 big tiles over here and then a Dorito to finish it. So really question if yellow should even connect over here. I think they have no other chance. Come on, man. That's frustrating. So Mendeleev has won their match, their duel, say, at 1 duel point for Uruguay. Match point. And Leo beat Tito Arce. Give the USA at somehow. Because they could, in theory, still win, still reach the semis, but they would win this game here. Now that blue has connected bottom, I'm calling it. Let's hop Colombia versus Uruguay. Although how's the Mexican and Brazilian world looking? Oh, they are having 3 deciders and Brazil has win them all. Let's check game Alexi streaming right now. And he's drawing modern art on the board. Who is naming Daniel Ayala versus Ed Chamon. So they just score again. And yeah, now you go for the attack. Still a curve left. No, all curves are gone. All crossroads are gone. The road Doritos are gone. And all daggers are gone. Oh man, come on. This here, just a drunken farmer not having any chance to connect. So let's switch. I'm sick of this. I think I haven't covered these two. Let's see if Uruguay can manage to win one match. For this to happen, BDDL1 with the blue meeples here has to win. And being behind 15 points on the scoreboard actually isn't the way to win this game. Are there any features that would offset this? And there is a nice 15-point blue field up top and a 6-point field as well, which gets closed now that this square is totally blocked because both road monasteries are already out there. These city parts / ruins are tied. So yellow has 3 points, 8, 16, 17, plus 19 on the scoreboard, 36 versus blues 9 points up here. 27, 3, 7, 12, 11. 11-point lead for yellow. And an empty city cap on, excuse me. An empty city cap on their field. 11 points ahead. Maybe even 12. I'm not sure if I have counted this one here. And now a meeple in hand. Well, this got out of hand quite quickly. So yellow might... No, that won't help. Yellow could even attack field up top, but they actually don't need to. This option here is blocked because there's no left-handed dagger in the deck anymore. So this looks like the Colombians are taking this. Meanwhile, Chile has won versus the USA. Take the first place in this group, underscoring their aspirations for medal. Argentina dispatched Guatemala decisively as well. And Mexico has taken a 3-1 lead versus Brazil. So let's check the rules again, because I'm not 100% sure first tiebreaker is the direct matchup. And I can't find this in the rules. Really? Here we go. In case of a tie, the order will be determined by the number of duels won. If a tie persists, the order will be determined by the difference between games won and lost. So actually, if Mexico were to win 3-2, both Brazil and Mexico would have 8-7 duels won, and we need to tabulate the games won and lost. But this looks to be in favor of the Mexicans. So let's just check if we need to do this or not. Even though this game here likely is being commented by Alexi as well. It's the last one meaning anything today. We still have a few moves left. And blue has monasteries worth 22 points over here. There are fields. There's a tight one at the top worth 12 points and a field for yellow at the bottom, also scoring 12. Ruin compensated by this monastery. But the monasteries of blue score way more than these two ruins. So blue's ahead by roughly 10 points, which still could work out for yellow, but now that Vapula has taken this 6-point field, chances for yellow are quite slim. They need to somehow attack blue's field up top. Not blue's field, the tight field. And this looks to be pretty closed. There's no way to go over here. But still with 2 moves left after this one, maybe adding a curve here to then attack would be worth it, but let's go right now. So blue has monasteries worth 2 points, and the ruin on the left worth 10. Oh, yellow found a nice attack option. And there are still Rotoritos left. 2 even, so that's actually quite a nice find. Let's check if this even helps them. Yeah, it would, but it's not enough. So as blue, nope, going over here, taking the insurance road would have been the move. So let's see if this makes a difference. Because I think oh wow. Blue won it, even though this last move definitely wasn't the best one they could have played. But 1 point is enough for them to win this game and eliminate Brazil from this tournament. So let's update the standings. Brazil has 2 match wins, but 7 to 8 duel wins. Argentina has 2 match wins and 11 4 duel wins. Mexico has 2 match wins, 9-6. Dual wins. Chile, all their matches with an 11-4. The USA are at 7-8 dual wins, and Colombia still has 1 player standing, Meister 35. So this is the last game of today. Let's celebrate it. So, what are these two up to? There's this quite juicy city, but is there still a dagger left? And thanks for asking. There are still 2 daggers left to close this nice 4-point loop over here and help yellow liberate their monastery meeple as well if they get anything at over there. And because of this, blue decides to obstruct yellow city, but they get the instant salvation, the road Dorito. And even though a restriction over here to the same tile as on the left might be incoming, yellow could have opted to go there. Instead, they kill blue's meeple, which was only a 50-50 because 2 daggers of the right-handed kind are already gone. But this saves the square next to their monastery. And to me, this looks like they are not forcing the issue with their city, that they hope just to close the road, score some points, get their monastery meeple back, and then try to score more points to equalize blue's scoreboard lead. And this actually could work out. But blue got one of the 2 remaining daggers. Yellow takes +4 points by scoring an 8-point extender city, while leaving blue with a small 4-point city, also meepling the field, hoping to close their road and then uniting their mini field with the bigger one to prevent blue from scoring points there. And then there's still the case of this dagger, which would expand their field to the top side and add at least this 1 city, but also nice field pieces to extend your city as well. If you're blue, you might even opt to now go here and prevent yellow from getting this meeple back, but adding a city cap at the bottom would be problematic. Although quite a lot of road plus city tiles are already gone. We really go for the ninja attack now? They do. There's still one crossroad remaining. And both road monasteries are already gone. And yellow, of course, tries to kill this here. Trade would work just fine for them. But there's only one straight left. And there aren't really that many curves available. Who it looks like. So blue just takes 3 points. And yellow gets the crossroad to just score 2 points and block this slightly risky blue ninja farmer. Takes this field here. Likely will take this field. They don't. Okay. But now you're gonna have to break this city. Oh man, really? Why? Are there really no city caps left? I can't believe this. Oh man. Yellow limits this square. All monasteries are gone, so only vanillas would work there. And 4 vanillas already out of the game. So this option is a 50-50 for blue. And to me this looks like blue is on the way to waste a perfectly healthy winning situation. A few reckless moves. Unnecessary ones. Bad. Yellow gets to close their city. And now they have a 9-point field. Still the last dagger. Oh, yellow hat. Go over here. No, they don't have to. Because they should be in the lead right now. They definitely are in the lead right now. So just staying put with this 9-point field and the road, which scores 9 points as well, might be all they have to do, considering blue only has one meeple in hand. And that's why they go for this block, which blue now has to prevent over here. But this also opens another attacking avenue for yellow, or at least a city cap to snatch. Now 4 points at the bottom might be okay as well. Blue tries to liberate their monastery. But unless they get the vanilla, gonna be very tough for them, especially if yellow now decides to attack the field. But they could also limit this. No, actually they don't have any incentive to do that move. Yeah, I've lost a bit track here. Let's tabulate this. Wow. So yellow has a 9-point field up top, a 7-point monastery, 9 points for the road, plus a ruin of 9 points as well. Blue has a ruin worth 1 point, a city of 1 point, a drunken farmer scoring 0, and 8-point monastery. So 24 points. That's quite tough to overcome with only 4 moves to go and a meeple less than your opponent, even though 2 points more because of the scoreboard lead. Now they want the 9 points for their monastery. So they need this piece to get 9 plus 7, 16 points. Mud yellow now just taking these 4. Nope, they just go the safe route and meeple the field. So even if blue gets the last vanilla, they would still need to score more points. There is this 4-point ruin. Could be an option. Closing your city up top and meepling the field, score 6 points. So that's definitely the better move. I don't think what's up with the hesitation. Only have 2 moves left. Meeples, so go for it. Now yellow might just take this ruin. So blue added 6 points up top. So this 6 points for yellow should seal it. Let's check if this still has a chance to successfully connect. There's no straight left, but there is this one over here, but blue gets it. Now taking the 6-point field might be a move worth considering, but you could also go here. You'd add 2 points to yellow, but you'd get a 9-point field. So a net 7-point move. I don't see anything scoring more. But it also looks like there's still one curve left. Sure. And there is still one curve left, so this here could even connect. And that's definitely a mistake by blue. And now it's game over. Even if tiles were reversed, I don't think blue had a chance in the end. So Colombia will take a last match with a 4-1 for a 9-6 dual score in the end. And Uruguay will lose their last match of this year's Copa América as well. Roll a bit. So tomorrow's semifinals should be, unless I'm mistaken, Argentina versus Colombia and Chile versus Mexico. I'll cover one of these and Alexi will cover the other one. Which one we'll decide later. Just maybe hit the bell icon or something. I really don't like to harp on about this. If you wanna be notified whenever a stream hits, you'd have to do so. If you don't want, maybe just check later on or tomorrow. I'll update the description and maybe even the stream's title. Just to be sure, the semi-finals will start at 18 UTC. Please keep in mind that there are actually summer times to consider. So some countries are manipulating their clock from today to tomorrow. So check time zone and time for tomorrow if you wanna be present to the start. After the semis, there will be a break of at least 1 hour because the final is scheduled for 21 UTC. This one will be covered by both Alexi and me. And we'll likely gonna see very interesting games. Because there are at least 3 teams which I consider pretty strong, and that's Argentina, Mexico, and Chile. I don't think the Colombians have what it takes to beat Argentina, but still, it's Carcassonne. everything's possible. But we'll see about that tomorrow. For today, I'm out here. I'm tired. See you tomorrow, and thanks for tuning in. Bye bye.